Right? January 21, 2025 council meeting. Call this meeting to order.
Just going to have to make sure.
All right, let's go down like that.
Below your mouth.
Okay, and calling the meeting to order. Madam City Clerk, can you please conduct a roll call?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Campbell?
Present.
Councillor Croson?
Present.
Councillor Dodick?
I am here.
Councillor Middleton Hope?
Present.
Councillor Parker? Councillor Schmidt-Rempel?
Here.
Acting Mayor Carlson?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Palladino?
I'm here.
Mayor Hagan?
Present.
Mayor Hagan is online. Thank you.
We will now move to the acknowledgement statement. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we are gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future, while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationships to the land. The City of Lethbridge offers respect to the Métis and all who have lived on this land and made Lethbridge their home. We'll go with recognitions. I'll start with Councillor Middleton Hope.
Just happy to be back.
Are you good? Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to, I know there was a lot over the last month, but there's two that I'd like to recognize. The first is SAPA, that's the Southern Alberta Individualized Planning Association. They have done decades of work to help persons with disabilities gain skills, learn advocacy, understand their rights, etc. And they were just notified about two weeks ago that their funding is being pulled, that they have 3 months of funding and then it is gone. And they are working to try to find a way to keep going on after decades of supporting Southern Alberta residents. So I'd just like to recognize them, and here's hoping that money can be found and that they can continue the amazing work they do. The other group I'd like to recognize, and there are numerous groups, I'll just say it together, is just all of those who are fighting to protect Alberta's water. It is an absolutely vital resource, and thank you to those who are taking it serious and working to ensure that we have water here and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Nothing, Mr. Mayor.
You're good? All right. Councillor Dodick.
Yes. Yes, I want to thank congratulate Councillor Middleton Hope and Rob Miyashiro as we had a recent by-election, and by all accounts, both men acted in a gentlemanly fashion, which in these times is somewhat unusual. So in that regard, I think that democracy, as was conceived so long ago, worked very well in Lethbridge. So congratulations to both gentlemen, and welcome back, John.
Thank you, Councillor Dodick. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. Just want to talk once more about why I've got this beard. I've been growing it because I have a role in Fiddler on the Roof, which is happening. Presentation of Little Lethbridge Opera Theatre and the Lethbridge Symphony Orchestra. If you know the name Dave Michaluk, you'll know what a sensational actor he is. And I've been at the rehearsals. It's been amazing, so it's well worth going to see it. There's 3 shows coming up, 4 shows actually, January 30th, 31st, and February the 1st at 7:30, and there's a matinee on the February 1st at 2 p.m. Hope you can all attend. Last week, I attended the Stars Lottery grand opening at their house, which is over in the Crossings. It's built by Van Arbor Homes. They've been doing it for a number of years. The lottery itself has been running for 32 years, so this is the 32nd for the lottery. But Stars itself has been operating in Alberta for 40 years, and it's something I didn't know, that the very first patient on a Stars Air ambulance was from Lethbridge. And it was quite an emotional moment. She was there at the opening, and she talked about, well, she doesn't remember it, but it was 40 years ago when she and her twin brother were born prematurely, and they were both black and blue. The doctor that was there told the mother, "You're not going to see your kids again." and they were able to get the STARS ambulance for her. They got a fixed wing plane for her brother. 40 years later, she's alive and well, and she told her emotional story. Her brother is alive and well too. So just another reason why you want to keep STARS ambulance going. You can get your tickets either at that house. You can go online and have a look at it, the STARS lottery. Really a great charity. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just want to do a bit of a recognition. I won't go into a list because it's too voluminous to single out or to do the entire list, but to all the organizations in our community over the Christmas and holiday season that stepped up to make sure that all folks in our community had the opportunity for a joyous holiday season. I know there are amazing folks out there that put aside their time and effort into making sure that others in our community feel loved and cherished and welcome. I just want to thank them for that. Also, just a happy new year to our entire community. This is our first meeting of the new year. And finally, I just want to recognize Councillor Parker's beard. It's amazing. Well done. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rampel.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Congratulations to Adriana Mercader and her team on the opening of Pickle Point in North Lethbridge. They held their grand opening on January 3rd and introduced that facility with it was a full-on tournament. It's a fantastic facility and certainly an asset to the city. And from what I hear, it's been doing some very brisk business since it opened. So if you're interested in checking out pickleball in our city, that is one of the places to do it. And also a reminder that nominations for the 2025 Women of Distinction Awards are still open. They do close on January 29th. So if you're interested in nominating a Woman of Distinction, please check that out on the YWCA's website, ywcalethbridge.com. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Well, first off, Happy New Year to everyone. I know we're supposed to probably stop this by the 15th of January, I'm told, but if I haven't seen everyone, New Year, everyone, and to the community. I want to thank Councillor Carlson for recognizing the organizations that were so diligent throughout the holidays, making sure that everybody was, we were able to celebrate a Christmas. And so to those organizations. And also, I wanted to thank everyone that came out to the State of the City address that I presented last Thursday. If you weren't able to be there, that will be available on the city's website, as well as my social medias, and through Rogers. We'll be airing that, I guess, in the next couple of weeks, I'm told. So with that, thank you very much.
But running around doing the mayor's work, so I wouldn't do it full time, I'll tell you that. We will now move to item 3, approval of the agenda. The agenda has been distributed. Madam City Clerk, are there any additions or deletions or edits to the agenda?
Deputy Mayor Palladino, there are no additions or revisions to today's agenda. Thank you.
Hearing that, Acting Mayor Carlson, the motion is yours.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I know that one of my colleagues had originally asked if we could move item 6.3 up. Is that still something that was?
Only if we have people in
I don't
the
know.
audience. If you want to see if there's people in the audience.
Or should we just, yeah.
Are there anyone in the audience that want to speak to this 6.3?
Excellent, then we'll leave it as is. Thank you. If there's no other comments from my colleagues, I will call for the vote.
The vote has been called. All in favor? Opposed?
No.
The motion is carried. I did. And you, we're going to move to 4, the consent agenda. We have several items in the consent agenda. The motion is on the screen. I'm not going to read it all. No.
I demand it be read.
If there are no questions, Councillor Croson, the motion is yours.
I do see some people have questions or comments, so I think you need to go to them first, and then once we've dealt with theirs, I can bring the motion forward.
You're up next then,
Yep.
okay.
Okay.
Councillor Schmidt-Rockwell.
So just a correction to 2.2.6, where I commented on YWCA's fundraising event. In the minutes, it's showing as I stated 25,000. Actually, I had stated that they had raised 160,000 at their annual gala. So if we could get that corrected. And then from the consent agenda, I do need to have 4.4.1 bylaw 6469 removed to be voted on separately, as I'll need to recuse myself from that
Okay.
due to a personal connection of the business
What's
at
the
that
name on
location.
one? Whose project is that? Oh, right, that's for
Yeah.
first reading.
Yeah, so if we could remove that so I could recuse myself.
That's all right, then, Bonnie? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No further questions on the consent agenda? Les?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just wanting to highlight item, I think it's 4.3.4, changes to some of our boards, commissions, and committees. Most of the administrative recommendations were carried. Two that came out of that was to allow the Animal Welfare Committee to continue, as well as the joint school boards. I thought there was one other, but I can't remember. Anyways, I did vote against those in committee, but I'll be honoring the work of committee and not pulling them off.
Okay, I'm lost here.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Linda DeGold.
Okay, so.
Sorry, we'll vote on the consent. Less 4.4.
Is it true that if you need unanimous consent for a consent agenda?
That's what council voted in the procedure bylaw, yes. Consent does mean unanimous consent, yes.
Seriously? What if I want to, so if I were to vote against the consent agenda, each item would be pulled off and each item would be voted separately. So that means if I voted against each one, that would have the same effect as if I voted against the consent agenda. So therefore,
Exactly what happened last meeting.
what is the wisdom of this?
Consent agenda means all the items that council will vote on in one omnibus motion
I know,
that
but
will pass. So
I
that's the
understand
logic
that.
in
I
it.
understand that, but in most each resolution is a separate resolution, so I could vote against every one of them, lengthen the process, but get to the same result. It makes no sense to me. Okay, so you say we'd have to change the procedure bylaw. It says, because you can still have consent because a majority of council approves it. I don't see the difference. Okay. There seems to be silence here, so apparently everyone has to consent to it, or otherwise it all gets pulled. Fine.
That's
another motion.
Thank you. Correct. Very similar to what happened in December. I voted against consent, and then we had to vote on everything individually, which made all of my colleagues so happy. So in hindsight, what probably should have happened is I should have, if there was one or two that I was against, I should have just pulled those, which I think is the opportunity right now if there are some to vote against. Yeah. Or what I did, Councillor Dodick, is there are two parts of the consent agenda that I disagree with, but I didn't want to pull them off and fail, so I spoke against them.
So now you can vote on consent, less 4.4.1.
Okay, so we'll vote on consent less 4.4.1.
I'll call the question.
Question's been called.
Those in favor have raised their
Oh, all in favor, sorry.
Yeah.
I
Forgot about that.
Okay, and there's no one else.
All right, so we're going to official business. There are no presentations, I assume.
No presentation.
And we'll go to official business. What's this now? Oh, yeah. We'll go to item 6.1, adoption of the Canadian Urban Transit Association Transit Code. I have the following motion from Councillor Crowson. Thank you. Whereas the City of Lethbridge is desirous to maintain and promote a safe, secure, and respectful public transit system and wishes to ensure a respectful and inclusive transit environment that benefits transit riders and transit staff, and whereas the City of Lethbridge and Lethbridge Transit work to support passenger safety, security, and respectful behavior on public transit, and whereas the Canadian Urban Transit Association is a national association for urban mobility and both the public and private transit industries in Canada, and whereas CUTA represents transit agencies and additional third-party stakeholders at both the federal and provincial territorial level, advocates for the sustainable urban mobility, and conducts policy research pertaining to the industry. And whereas CUTA has launched a national campaign to promote the transit code, which will help to establish a unified transit and fostering a respectful and inclusive environment for transit riders and workers, and therefore be it resolved that Council direct administration to review CUTA's transit code and recommend to Council whether the code should be adopted, and if recommended, determine a strategy that includes engagement with customers and transit staff for how to implement and promote the code. Further, be it resolved that Council direct administration to report back to Governance SPC by Q2 of 2025 with administration's recommendation. Tell me it's the end, Belinda.
Yes, sorry. I like a lot of whereases because then it basically gives your argument before you have to say anything. So I do sit on the CUTA board on behalf of the city, and other transit systems across Canada are adopting this system. And while we could impose it and say we want it, I think it is much better and more effective to ask administration, go to the transit department, talk to our staff, talk to the riders. Is this something of value? Is this going to be useful? Have a look at it, and if it is, recommend back to council that it be adopted and how we would adopt it. And so that this is a motion to ask that work be done and to report back. And I'm hoping my colleagues will support this. And if you haven't read, if you're looking at it on the computer where it says the transit code, you can hit that. It will link you to the transit code and outlines what it is. It is stuff that I wish we did not have to include, safety, security, et cetera. But we are seeing some of those issues at other communities. And just to ensure that we have the safest transit system possible, I'd like to adopt that here and to have the staff look into it. So that's sort of the introduction. And if there are questions, please let me know.
Any questions or debate? If there are no questions or debate.
Oh, no, just Rempel's
sorry.
next in queue.
Yep.
Mark? No, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. To the mover, do we know if there are any costs that will be associated to adopting the code? Or is that something that's going to come back in the administrative report?
I imagine that will be part of the strategy. From what I understand, there shouldn't be any costs, except for printing and things like that, and the publicizing of it. But we do already do communications on a regular basis, so I would assume it's going to be part of that. And so I was thinking that as well. I don't foresee costs, but I also can't say there won't be any costs.
Okay.
But the strategy will outline that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Campbell.
Thanks. Just for my own clarification, when we talk about CUDA, the organizations, this is right across Canada, and is it? Are there specifically sizes of cities that are involved with CUDA? Like, say, Lethbridge is one, and Swift Current is one. I mean, what do we deal with in terms of sizes of cities? Or do you?
So it's anything with a public transit system.
Okay.
So Toronto down to the smallest transit system
So
would
we're-
be included in this. And one of the things I have found, because I mean, we meet a couple times a year, is I get to learn a lot about what they're doing well and hopefully bring that back.
Yeah, I just think, Lethbridge is certainly different from Toronto in the difference of issues that they deal with, but altogether we can figure all these things out.
And which is why I chose not to make it like, let's impose it. I chose to make it, let's look at it and see if what's working for other transit systems works for Lethbridge.
Good, thank you.
No further questions? We'll call for the vote.
I'll call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Opposed? None. The motion is carried. Item 6.2.
I just want to check Mayor Hagan,
Yeah, he voted in favor.
because the timing, I wasn't quite sure.
He was up in favor and then he took it down as we all looked at it. It was in.
Thank you. All right, sorry.
So it's okay. Item 6.2, optimal balance range. What's that?
Sorry, no.
I have the following motion from Councillor Crowson. There we go. Another one.
Thank you.
Oh, this one's longer. Yeah.
Go grab a copy.
Yeah, give me a pail. Whereas the Financial Reserves Policy, CC 65, establishes the guidelines and standards of finance reserves for the City of Lethbridge as approved by City Council, and whereas the city follows the guidelines and standards to manage existing reserves, to establish new reserves, and within the Financial Reserve Policy, CC 65, and whereas a reserve is a fund used to account for the proceeds of specific revenue sources to meet specific future expenditure requirements, and whereas the purpose of the Municipal Revenue Stabilization Reserve, as described with the Finance Reserve Policy, is to stabilize the effects of fluctuating interest rates or interest revenues and general operational surpluses and deficits on annual taxation requirements. And whereas contributing to and accessing the MRSR for specific purposes is a significant part of the city's budgeting process and is vital to the city's financial health and sustainability. And whereas healthy reserves result from effective long-term financial planning to determine optimal balance, minimum or maximum, for a specific reserve. Therefore, be it resolved that the City Council direct administration to recommend an optimal balance range, minimal and maximum, for the MRSR to ensure the reserve is serving its intended purpose. Further, be it resolved that the optimal balance recommendation be included with the review of Policy CC 65 and submitted to Audit Standing Policy Committee by Q2 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. That is, if there is still an Audit Standing Policy Committee after the next motion on the board. So this one, you can probably see the hand of Mr. Matthews, our financial officer, in this because much of this was drafted through his department. And it is, as the policy is being reviewed anyway, CC 65, and we constantly ask questions when we are looking at MRSR, how low should we let it go? How much is it for safety? What should be the maximum in there? The idea here was, why don't we actually just incorporate that into the policy? Here is the recommended minimum, here's the recommended maximum, so that we have a sense of how much money we should be keeping in that reserve to help guide us make the best possible financial decisions. And so I'm hoping my colleagues will support this.
Thank you, Councillor Croson. Any further questions, debate? Oh, I have Councillor Middleton Hope.
Yeah, just a question to the mover in regards to clarification on optimal balance range minimum maximum. Is there an opportunity there either for Councillor Croson or administration to respond to this? Is there an opportunity to go over or under this optimal range, and what might that look like?
This is the optimal range being suggested by administration. Any council, this one or future councils, could always, a policy is a guideline, but it is not a law. So councils could go put more in or have less in, but this is just the safety boundaries being suggested by administration as part of the policy. So absolutely, a council could go under or over at their discretion, but that would be knowing that that would be outside the balance that is recommended by their own administration.
Okay. Anything from the CFO?
Ms. Jarrett, do you want to add anything to that answer?
Okay. Good. As long as there's some flexibility, that's good. All right, thank you.
We can always break our own rules. Whether we should is another matter.
Any further debate or questions? If not,
Just before you call the question, ask the mover if she'd like to close.
you're going to call
I'll call the question.
Okay.
Okay. Question's been called. I'll call the question.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Opposed? Okay. Done.
He's just happy.
All right. Are we moving to 6.3 then? All right. Disbanding the Standing Policy Committee model. I have the following motion from Acting Mayor Carlson, which was postponed to this meeting, and I'll read the motion. Where have we? There we go. Disbanding the Standing Policy Committee model, 6.3. Be it resolved that City Council disband the Standing Policy Committee with all work to come directly to Council and direct administration to prepare the necessary bylaw amendments to come to the January 21, 2025 meeting of City Council to be effective February 1st, 2025. Acting Mayor Carlson.
Sorry, and Chair, there was an amendment on the floor before it got postponed as well, so we might want to read that as well. And it's on the screen.
The amendment 6.3A, be it resolved that the main motion be amended by inserting the words and that members of the public will be able to speak at City Council meetings after the 2nd, 2025. Motion as amended. Be it resolved that the City Council disband the standing policy committees with all work to come directly to Council and direct administration to prepare the necessary bylaw amendments to come to the January 21, 2025 meeting of City Council to be effective February 1st, 2025, and that members of the public will be able to speak at City Council meetings. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And thank you for reading that very convoluted motion. This was something that arose in the December meeting, obviously, and it was in a moment of frustration that I put this forward. Since I've talked to members of the community that saw that meeting, and interestingly enough, I thought I was going to get a lot of pushback from community on this, because at our SPCs is where our community members, our residents, get an opportunity to address council. And while there's not often a lot of residents that choose to address council at those meetings, it is the opportunity. And so I thought I was going to get some pushback. Actually, I got a lot of support for this motion, not from general members of our community, but from folks who sit on our boards, commissions, and committees. And they have found that our SPCs are a bit of a challenge or stumbling block or impediment, or someone called it red tape, that they feel that they have to jump through now in order to get to council. So while I was considering reversing my stance on this, I now find myself torn between a rock and a hard place, because we're only about 7 months, 18 days of working days of council. I may know that date fairly well, left in this term, and throwing a wrench into things at this point may sort of upset the apple cart. So I'm really excited that we've had some good soak time over Christmas, and I would really like to hear my colleagues' comments on this, and I'm hopeful that there are members of the public hoping to make presentations to let us know how they feel about these SPCs. And just the long and the short of it to anyone watching is, last term, council created standing policy committees, and that's where the bulk of the work gets done. It's where all our committees and our residents come to speak to council, and then it's passed on to all of council in this meeting. You see most of it in our consent agenda. And my motion that was fairly off the cuff and snippy. That's a much nicer word than I was going to use. Was going to circumvent that, and I will give the warning that it will turn our regular council meetings into all-day affairs, but it could allow more members of the public and more members of our boards, commissions, and committees the opportunity to speak to full council. So I'm of an open mind at this point, and I'm hoping that we can have a good, fulsome debate, and I will be of closed mind by the end of it.
Well, thank you, Councillor Carlson, for explaining yourself. Not having been here for the December meeting, I didn't have an opportunity to witness your frustration firsthand. As Council is abundantly aware, this year we made a change. We have reduced the number of standing policy committees by 3, if I'm not mistaken. And so we only have 4 meetings and are on Thursdays. I'm concerned that this will prolong our council meetings well into the evening. I'm not sure about you, but I only have so much soak time and so much attention span. And running a council meeting from 12 to 12, as I think all of you around the table, with my exception, would attest to. The December meeting that ran till nearly midnight was a long one. We have a tendency to rush through the last items and try and get them off the agenda. And I don't think that this will provide for the public a greater opportunity to express their concerns about a particular item. I think in a smaller batch, as we have with standing policy committees, there is ample opportunity there. I am not in support of this, and there is no question here. There is just simply a statement, because you've answered my questions adequately. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dodick?
Is it debate or questions?
Question?
Oh, my question is, when is the time for debate?
What did he say?
The question is, when is it time for debate?
Yes. Okay. All right. Is there anybody for debate or questions? Question.
Any other questions?
Any other questions? Okay. Councillor Campbell.
Okay. No, is it about the...
I believe part of the motion. I believe part of the motion, Deputy Mayor, was to allow the public to speak. I know we asked early in the meeting, but perhaps some of the members of public.
So if there's no other questions, just so anybody.
Okay. Is there any member, or are there any members of the public that would like to speak on this issue?
Dang.
No. None? Now I can go to Councillor Campbell.
Sure,
Yeah, that's right.
Mayor Higgin, do you have a question?
Mayor Higgin, do you have a question or debate?
I have a question. Are we in questions or I actually already heard that we are not in debate as of yet. My question is, I see at the top of this, it requires 2/3 vote. If this was the resolution that Councillor Carlson brought forward, is it not just a majority? Am I reading this wrong? Because I'm just wondering why it's 2/3 if he's not changing or redacting that motion.
It's a 2/3 because you would be rescinding the SPC model that council put into place, approved. Correct.
All right, I struggle with that, but I will take your word on it. Thank you.
Who's flashing over here?
So it should be Councillor Dodick. He had a debate question first.
Councillor Dodick, did you have a question then? Or a debate?
Oh, I turned it off again.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Now we're going to Councillor Campbell.
Okay. Thank you. I, for one, really believe in the standing policy committees that they are indeed working, and it's a good opportunity for people to come before us and ask and talk and have the discussions. I think we're not giving this new policy its chance to really become entrenched in the public's mind, and you know, the governance people went to a lot of lengths to come up with this strategy, and I think we owe it to them to at least give this more of a crack at what we're trying to accomplish. And to Councillor Middleton Hope's comment, you know, we do sometimes get entrenched. Again, there's that word entrenched, but we tend to talk for a long time in a council meeting, and when things really are important and you've been at it for about 7 hours or 8 hours, sometimes you just say, I just want to get this over with. So yes, I'll take it. But and so I think when we go to these meetings, we can do that separately, and then because of the nature of the way it's set up, we can bring that to council. And if there's anything that someone wants to take off a consent agenda, that is the time to do it. But I think it is working right now. I think we still need to make sure the public knows when these meetings are, what they're all about, and how we can benefit the community with them. So yeah, I'm opposed to this resolution.
Thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. And a couple of questions to the city manager. When we look at this, particularly we look at that meeting that we had in December, and we came up against some labor issues on that. Is there a plan, or how would we work to accommodate staffing needs insofar as having to work those kinds of extended hours, any childcare provisions, anything like that? Is there a plan around that if we were to look at disbanding the SPCs?
Not currently, no. And quite frankly, so the previous municipality I was at, Toronto, that's exactly why we used to meet until late in the evening, exactly why we went away from that. So I'm not trying to lobby for one side or the other. I'm just stating past experience here. So I get both, but yeah, that is definitely something that we would have to work through. And in some cases, if people didn't have childcare needs, we could potentially have them start later in the day, but then there are potential service impacts for the other things that they would typically be doing during the day. So there's a number of considerations that would need to be worked through.
So we certainly need more than, we need a plan, and we need to look at what the alternatives would be if we were to look at something like this. So it would be sending our administration away to look at what kind of plan we could build if we were looking at dissolving this. And then I would also suggest that we would need to consider the cost versus risks insofar as our service to the community being considered. So how are we as council serving the community at large by dissolving the SPCs? So that's just a question, something for consideration, and just some general comments around this before we move forward into debate. Thank you.
Councillor Dodick for debate.
Oh, thank you. I think it speaks volumes that this resolution had an amendment to it that invited members of the public to come to speak to it, and absolutely nobody showed up to do that. There is an assumption that by approving this resolution that council meetings are going to get longer, and the way that that could be dealt with is council meetings could be held every week as opposed to what we're doing now. So the time requirements would be the same, or it could be a consideration of going back to the old Community Issues Committee meeting. The problem with the SPCs is that the intention is good, but what comes out of it is you have 4 members of council that on occasion may actually have a few people from the public show up, and it's sometimes maybe there might be a number of people, but when on the various SPCs I've been on, it hasn't been a lot of people. So that's why I don't see that passing this resolution would actually increase the time, and even if it did, we could do it by, like I say, changing having meetings every Tuesday as opposed to once every 2 weeks, and then having meetings on Thursdays for the SPCs. The SPCs generate a lot of documents, so there's questions and answers provided by administration at SPC to 4 members of council. The documentation that is generated at those meetings then come to council in the form of the consent agenda. So what you don't have for council to see is to actually see the questions and answers that were posed and the responses that were provided. So we're basically taking recommendations from 4 members of council to pass something as council of a whole, and that makes me very uncomfortable because effectively we're relying on the non-majority of council that sways the majority of council who actually don't have all the information that the SPC committee had. That is a problem. I will be supporting this resolution. I never believed in the SPCs, and I've given them a shot for 3 years, and I do not think they served the function that they were meant to serve.
Councillor Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. What I was going to say, a lot has already been said. Councillor Dodick, I guess I really like the SPC. I'll start off with that. I like the opportunity to be able to get in and engage with the community. However, there's only a limited amount that of members that sit there. As a matter of fact, not even a majority of council sit on these. And so it seems to me that over the past, and it's getting more and more often, that we're pulling things from the consent agenda because to re-debate what has already been done through SPCs. So, you know, is it meeting every week? Is it to be able to not have to deal with childcare issues or et cetera that was brought forward previously? If it was met every week or CICs or every second week that was previously, I could see that being beneficial. I do like the SPCs. I try to get to all of the SPCs, and a majority I do. But, you know, if you miss one, you don't have all the information. The research goes back in where you're watching that video all over again, which is fine, and many of us do that. But I just find it's slightly confusing for the community, and for them to be able to know that council meeting is every Tuesday, and you know you can come to council meeting. There's open mic, if you will, if you want to bring forward any questions, concerns, comments on what's on the agenda. I think it's I personally think it's important, so I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Carlson. I know you brought this forward out of a stressful meeting where, but I think it actually is serving a good purpose to have a conversation around how we talk to the public and how we do our meetings. I don't think there is one perfect format. I think there are values in all of them. One of the things that this made me do is it actually made me think about why I like SPCs. I like SPCs for a couple of reasons. One, I think they work well from council's perspective because, yes, only 4 members of council can vote, but everyone's invited. Everyone has the same chance to attend if they wish to. And if there is something that we think is of increased importance, we try to make sure that everybody knows this is one part you'll want to pay attention to. So even though only 4 can vote, that never stops the others from attending, so that if they don't want to just read the minutes and watch the videos, they have an opportunity. I do think it could be tweaked to work better for the public, though, because there are things there, and if this motion fails, I certainly think it is something that we should look at if governance continues as a way of making it stronger. But that also, as I said, over the holiday, because we had a month to think about this, made me think about what I like about the SBC. And one of the things I like about SBCs is how it actually takes power and spreads it out. One of the things we are seeing, and around the world, is consolidation of power. We are seeing people, disbanding committees so that they're making the decisions. We have ministers sitting as chairs of boards. But one thing about the SBC is it takes the power of council and spreads it out amongst the 9 of us. There are 5 of us who sit as chairs of standing policy committees, or 4 of us who sit as chairs of standing policy committees and have the opportunity to learn more about governance. All of us get to be active in the SPCs in ways we don't always get to be at council. And so SPCs, in some ways, are also professional development for us in a different way through governance perspective. And as somebody who actively promotes strong governance, I see the value of that for us as well. And so while I completely understand how we need to maybe look at the model, I do think the model is working in certain ways and would not want to throw it out in a hurry. So I will be voting against this on the understanding and hope that we do continue looking at ways of improving the SPC model if it continues.
Anyone else? Any further? Who am I missing? Councillor Parker. Oh, sorry, Councillor Parker.
No problem. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. And I do appreciate the conversation. It's not perfect. And the whole idea is you want constant improvement, and there's things that we need to tweak within the process. I like the SPC for one particular reason. It allows you to have 2 or 3 subjects you get to dive deep into, and then that's why you have people come to those SPCs, because they have a vested interest, they have knowledge, they have expertise, or they may be totally against a certain subject, but they're coming because they have a vested interest. To throw it right into a council meeting, I think it dilutes the whole council meeting itself. It becomes long and dragged out. What I don't like about the SPC is when something's voted down 3-1, it gets relitigated at the council table. And I think that's what's frustrating, because you trust the committee to do their due diligence, to ask the questions, and when we send it to committee, if it comes back 3-1, and I'm not on that committee, I appreciate what the committee's done, I understand they've done the homework, and I don't want to relitigate it. And I don't want us to use council meetings as an opportunity to relitigate the work that's done at the SBC level. And I think that's what's frustrating. But you don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. So I think SBC has come a long way. It's only been around for 4 years or so, if not actually a little longer than 4 years. I don't know if we introduced it prior to the last election. At the end of the day, that's irrelevant. But the thing is, it can be tweaked, it can be changed. But at this point, I see no reason to disband it, but I think there's an opportunity to tweak it. There's no doubt about it. So I'll be voting against it.
Councillor Carlson. To close.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I really appreciate most of my colleagues chiming in, because I can count. And so I do appreciate, and I appreciate the discussion. As I said, there's a very limited time left in our term together. So I am heartened to hear, because I can do math, that there will be perhaps some opportunities going forward to revisit the committee, the Standing Policy Committee structure and how it operates. And I'm hoping we can do that over the next 7.5 months, because I would love to be involved in those discussions. And with that, I will just call for the vote.
Vote's been called? The vote's been called?
Yes. Yes. A vote in favor is to disband. A vote against is to retain the committees.
So you will be calling for the vote. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll do a roll call. Councillor Crowson?
Opposed.
Councillor Dodick,
In favor.
Councillor Middleton Hope,
Opposed.
Councillor Parker,
Opposed.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel,
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Carlson,
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Palladino,
Opposed.
Mayor Higgin,
In favor.
and Councillor Campbell.
Opposed.
That's 3 to 6, that's defeated.
We'll move to bylaws, on to bylaws. Sorry. We have item 7.1.1, bylaw 6473, the election bylaw. I have a motion from Councillor Crowson.
Sure. Second reading.
Be it resolved that bylaw 6473, the election bylaw, be given second reading. Councillor Crowson.
I'll start to see if there are any questions. I believe Councillor Dodick may have a question as his light is on.
Actually, it's not a question, it's a debate. It revolves around something we can't change, but it is part and parcel of this bylaw.
Okay. Then I'll just sort of introduce, I know we had a good discussion around this at governance. Thank you to Ms. Hilford and her team for putting this together. So with Bill 20, with the municipal election coming up this October, we put together this bylaw that outlines the rules for the municipal bylaw. So hopefully everyone has had a chance to read it through. It has the minimum number of signatures for your nominations. It has what the ballot will look like, voting subdivisions, voting stations, registration, et cetera, is all in there. If you are planning to run in the next election, this would be a really good bylaw to review. So to anyone in the community who is thinking about running, you would want to read this because it does outline all the expectations from the municipal level. We do need to have a municipal elections bylaw in place before the election, and this is what is being proposed. So that is my opening, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a couple of questions. I'll send them to the mover to begin with, but please feel free to direct them to others. Need for identification under the city clerk's office for those that are presumably applying for either council positions or school board positions. The need for identification, does this contemplate confirmation of Lethbridge residency on a pictured driver's license or other document?
I think Ms. Hilford would be best qualified to answer that.
Thank you for the question. I'm going to ask Deputy Clerk,
Oh,
Mr. Sarsfield. He looks thrilled to come up and answer that. He's been researching the identification quite a bit, so thank you, David.
So just to understand the question, Councilor Middleton Hope, it's about when people go to vote, what the identification requirements are?
Well, yeah, under the engagement component, it indicates two pieces that I'd like to get clarification on. One is need for identification. So I'm asking, is this, contemplated in this, is there a requirement for confirmation of Lethbridge residency, either by way of pictured identification that has, like a driver's license that has your home residence on it? Is that what's contemplated in this?
So the rules are set by the province, and the rules have not yet been set by the province. Where we're at right now is they require us to use what is called an electors registry.
Yep.
And part of the requirement for an electors registry, similar to if you were voting for the provincial or federal elections, is you have to provide identification, and part of that identification requirement right now is use a single photo government-issued ID.
Yep.
That is different than the requirement for the province. If you were voting, say recently in a provincial by-election, their requirements are different. So that's what they've said. There also is a ministerial order which sets out what identification requirements could be allowed. And currently what it says, it can consist of, like last election, 2 items, one containing your name and the second containing your address. That has not been rescinded in any way, so that's still in place, but I'm not sure it will be in place when the election comes. So right now, what we do know, it's the province that decides the rules. We do have to use electors registry, and part of that requirement is have a government issued with a photo identification.
With the address on it?
Correct.
Okay.
So like, for instance, a passport is not sufficient.
Right.
Because there is no address on a passport.
Correct. Okay, good. That answers my first question, if I might, Mr. Chair. The second is the criminal record check process tentative, David. So that will be a requirement moving forward for applicants to council positions and school board positions?
It is not. There was an option in the Bill 20 to require criminal record check. And when we researched it, there's many different kinds of criminal record checks, depending on what, where you get it from, whether it be RCMP or whether you get it from municipal police or whatever it happens to be. If we were going to include a criminal record check, we had to pass the bylaw by December 31st. We did not. So as a result, we cannot include that component. So so in effect, what we've done is on the website, it says requirements do not include a criminal record check. We also asked the school divisions, both the separate and public school, on their positions, and they declined to have that requirement.
So just for clarification for the public, then if you have a criminal record and a conviction for armed robbery, you can apply and run as a council member in the next upcoming election. Is that correct?
That is correct. And
But
we
we're
did
not
have,
encouraging them.
and we did have that situation in the past. So
We have.
So it'd be nothing new.
All right. Last question then, if I may, because although I see Councillor Dodick has a question, I have one more question. Okay. One last question then. In regards to the process of hand counting at large and so forth, do we have a sense, now we know that there's going to be a significant impact on our ability to be able to review ballots in a timely fashion, and this is a question to the clerk's office, would the ward system reduce time and costs?
Gee, thanks for allowing me to answer that question. So it would, in some regard. Right now, probably the single barrier to reason why it's take us so long to count is because we do have the system at large where you can vote for up to 8 for council and up to 7 for public and up to 5 for separate, as opposed to where you select a mayor and you pick one candidate. So it's easy to count and sort into piles, and it makes the process faster. We figured out the count for voting for the mayor would take us approximately 45 seconds, whereas the time it takes to count a council ballot averages about 40 seconds. Did that answer your question?
It skirted the issue very well, David. Thank you. I think that bears further examination. Thank you.
I'm in debate.
Are there no more questions then? Okay, we'll go into debate. We'll go into debate then. Councillor Dodick.
Debate?
Yeah.
Okay, this is a little bit of an odd debate with respect to this bylaw, because this bylaw is a bit of a hybrid in the sense that the bylaw that it's effectively replacing includes some components to what Councillor Middleton Hope referred to with respect to hand counting. In the old Local Authorities Election Act, the municipalities were allowed to pass a bylaw to allow them to have accounting by tabulators and things of that nature. And then this new bylaw does not contain that, because Bill 20 contained in it one of the provisions that it was very short and simply said, a local jurisdiction shall not provide for the taking or counting of votes by means of voting machines, vote recorders, automated voting systems, or tabulators, which is by exclusion, it can only mean hand counting. So rather than the province saying, you have to have hand counting. They simply exclude everything but hand counting. And I bring this up in the context of, and it's kind of strange because Councillor Croson, in her support of the SPC system, said how it spread out councillors among various SPC committees and spread out the authority of council. And I wanted to read, I'll explain in a second why I'm doing this, but the preamble to the Municipal Government Act says, whereas Alberta's municipalities governed by democratically elected officials are established by the province and are empowered to provide responsible and accountable local governments in order to create and sustain safe and viable communities. And whereas Alberta's municipalities play an important role in Alberta's economic, environmental, and social prosperity today and in the future, and whereas the government of Alberta recognizes the importance of working together with Alberta's municipalities in a spirit of partnership to cooperatively and collaboratively advance the interests of Albertans generally. Now, those are really nice words, but they make you almost think that the province and municipalities actually do operate in a spirit of partnership. But I give you 3 examples recently where the province basically does things unilaterally. And one example is unilateral changes to the ability to the municipality to tax certain properties. So they have deemed that certain properties, now, we don't know exactly, but it's going to be at least a $160,000 to $180,000 hit that the province has decided that these properties can't be municipally taxed. Somehow this money has to be obtained in another way, and that's going to be from municipal taxation. Another one was the photo radar, which everyone calls a cash cow, but in reality, it simply means that we're obtaining money from people who are exceeding the speed limit in certain areas of the city. The city of Lethbridge collected $4.3 million, I believe it was last year, of which $2.6 million went to the general coffers of the city of Lethbridge, and $1.7 was scooped by the province. The police chief of Calgary was in opposition to this, and their spokesman indicated that photo radar had reduced injury collisions by 25% in 20 key locations, cut the number of T-bone collisions in half, and reduced rear-end collisions by 40%. That was echoed, comments like that were echoed by our local chief of police as well. We were allowed to maintain the photo radars, but what impact it's going to have on us from a financial point of view, we don't know exactly, but it likely is going to have one. The third one is this silliness of forcing hand votes. There is no evidence whatsoever to suggest that the tabulators that we use are inaccurate. The tabulators that we use a single ballot that has the mayor, the councillors, the trustees for the school boards, both of them, as well as any questions that council may want to ask. And I was looking on the various sites to see, well, why all of a sudden the municipality had the right to have a bylaw to have these machines, which have proven to be accurate. In the States in 2020, there was a big argument that they weren't accurate because the person that people thought should have won didn't win. So 6 states decided out of 50 states to ban those tabulators, yet they used the tabulators in the vast majority of states. In the most recent election, all of a sudden, the man they wanted to win wins. No more argument over the tabulators. At the Alberta Municipalities Convention in Red Deer last year, 85% of members voted in support of a resolution brought forward by St. Albert to ask the province to reverse these changes and give towns and cities the choice of how they count their ballots. In fact, in essence, let us do our job in the spirit of partnership and the way we were allowed to do in the past without any problems. Shortly after the motion was passed, Premier Smith told the media at the convention that voters can expect hand countings to be the only option. What we heard is that people want to go back to counting ballots the old-fashioned way, by paper. It's this, people have said this. I have heard from people. St. Albert Mayor Kathy Heron, in a comment of courage, said that she has heard no one in her municipality expresses distrust in the vote tabulators or election results, and said she hopes there'll be still a productive conversation with the government on this issue. I would really like to sit down with the Premier and Municipal Affairs Minister Rick McIver and say, why? Why the voting machines? Why are your heels dug in on this one? Then she says, I don't know if it's really about trust in elections or pleasing a few UCP members leading up to the leadership review, because that's when all this happened. She was also quoted as saying the tabulators were brought in to improve the process and to get more accurate results. Now human error has been introduced back in. And Minister McIver says, the province is making the move because some residents don't have full trust in machines. He says, I've never called their integrity into question, he says, but if you talk to Albertans, you'll find a number of them don't have faith in machines counting ballots. It's not whether the machines are good or not, McIver says. The most important point is whether people believe the machines are okay or not.
Councillor Dodig, we're kind of wandering a little bit here off topic.
Okay, explain to me how we're wandering off topic.
It's election bylaw.
It is an election bylaw. I'm making comments that this bylaw, which is a change to the original bylaw, and I'm making, I want the public to know that we're having to change this bylaw, which excludes the ability to hand count and the reason for it, rather than just saying, oh, the province has told us we have to do this, therefore we have to do it. If you want to muzzle me, feel free.
No, but I will give you another 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Another 5 minutes?
Yeah, or less.
Okay, I end my conversation. I feel I wasn't given the opportunity, so I will end it.
Okay. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Reiko, can I borrow your notes? No, but I appreciate it. Councillor Dodig's debate raised a question. May I ask a question, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Through you to city manager or city clerk or their designates. I feel the same way about the majority of this. I think is great work, and I commend our administration for the work they've put into this and the due diligence they've put into making this happen. But Councillor Dodig raises a point that I think he and I have railed against for some time, that we're I think the Minister of Technology had a mandate letter that said be better, smarter, faster. And I think my comment was this is worse, dumber, slower, especially in regards to the hand counting of ballots. So my question is, if we did not pass this, if this failed, what are the consequences? And I don't know who can answer that.
David?
And somehow tie it to the ward system, Mr. Sars.
Thanks again. So if you choose not to pass this bylaw, that's your choice. But ultimately, it'll be the provincial legislation that takes control. So even if you don't pass this and we still have the old one which mentions tabulators, we would not be able to use tabulators. There are some additional provisions in this bylaw which we would like to see, but if ultimately you don't pass it, we can live with it. That is not our preference.
Okay.
And I'll mention the word system.
Thank you. So thank you for allowing me the opportunity to ask that question, Deputy Mayor. It's a rock and a hard place. I appreciate Councillor Dodig's debate because it's very similar to the way I feel that I want to rail about some things. I really do want to rail against the machine or rage against the machine that exactly against the machine or the lack of machines. But I think the point is moot. This is coming. we've got to do it. And I just want to thank my colleagues that have raised the issues to the province. I believe we've had deafening silence in response to our requests for their participation and their answers. I wish our provincial colleagues or masters would have taken some time to communicate with us. I'm a little disappointed in that. But as Mr. Sarsfield said, it's kind of moot. There are other provisions that are encapsulated in this that council directed and council support. So I will support it, but I'm really mad. And if they can hear me up in Edmonton, I'm really mad, but I will support it.
Thank you. Seeing no further debate, I will call for a second reading.
Probably I should.
Sorry.
I should close up debate and call for second reading.
Okay, close the second reading.
So just to wrap up debate, I appreciate what my colleague said. The only thing I'll say, if you don't think the machines are working in elections, please also take away cash counting machines in banks and at casinos, because obviously we can't trust machines, but that's a different matter. This is the election bylaw before us, and I will call the question on second reading.
The question has been called. All in favor?
You have to ask for opposition.
And opposed? That's it. The motion carries.
Third reading.
We move to third reading.
Question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And those opposed? Okay. We'll move to item 7.1.2, Bylaw 6471, Downtown Business Improvement Area Tax Bylaw. We have a motion from Councillor Campbell. Be it resolved that Bylaw 6471, the Downtown Business Improvement Area Tax Bylaw, be given second reading. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Bylaw 6471 authorizes City Council to impose a tax on all businesses within the downtown business improvement area to fulfill the budget set by the Downtown Lethbridge BRZ Board. The budget will be presented to Council in March, and Council's approval by March 30th. Each year is required for the preparation of the DBIA tax rate bylaw, which is presented in April. This is something we do every year, and this is no exception. So I'll ask if there's any other questions. If not, call for the vote.
The vote has been called. All in favor? Opposed? None opposed. It's carried. I have another motion from Councillor Campbell. Sorry? Yeah, this is for third reading, sorry. I have a motion for Councillor Campbell. Be it resolved that Bylaw 6471 Downtown Business Improvement Area Tax Bylaw be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Campbell.
Call the question.
All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Item 713, Bylaw 6475, Animal Care and Control Bylaw. I have a motion from Councillor Parker. Be it resolved that Bylaw 6475, the Animal Care and Control, be given a second reading. Councillor Parker.
First of all, is there any questions? And if so, is Mr. Enns around to take any questions or anyone from that department? Okay. So first of all, before we get into debate or discussion, I would just see if there's any questions from council.
I would just for public's input, just an overview and a general feeling of what has changed, what are kind of the important aspects of this new bylaw? I know there's not a whole lot, but just for clarification.
I will try to answer what I can. Mr. Enns had to step away for a second. So some of the main focuses of the new proposed bylaw, obviously adding some regulations around the control and keeping of cats, modernizing some of the terminology related to the dogs, and some other small things related to other domestically kept animals. The question was, sorry, I just wanted to fill in so they weren't waiting for us.
Apologies, a bathroom break. I thought you'd be a lot longer on the last issue. Sorry, what was the question?
I was just asking for the public's understanding of kind of the general overview of what the changes are and what it means to the general cat and dog and pigeon owner.
Yeah, certainly. The basic outline of this is we took 3 bylaws and we combined them to one area. So it's easier for the public to understand what different provisions are for animals. One of the big key changes is obviously the cat provisions. We didn't go with a cat licensing bylaw. We are going to encourage a microchipping, and we're going to put a program together for that. We have some provisions for cat behavior. It was indicated that from our director that there are some complaints about certain cat incidents out there, and we got the feedback from the public as well. So we can issue tickets now for certain cat behaviors. Some of the other key changes are pigeons. We were going to actually get rid of the pigeon bylaw, and then we found out that there is a small organization still active in Lethbridge, and they wanted to have a bylaw in place, and they want to have certain controls in place as well for that. So we put some regulations in for that. Now, the wildlife and livestock area, which we moved over, we did a review from different municipalities and the like, and we checked with what the regulations are at the province. And fortunately for us, the province has much stricter regulations than other provinces in this particular area. If you look at some bylaws in Ontario, some of their bylaws really get into the wildlife area. We don't have to do that. We have a very strong provincial bylaw. We have, however, put some other regulations and moved some other updated permitted locations for livestock, increasing number of pet rabbits from 1 to 2, done some changes in that area just to update it. And basically, we updated all the terminology in the bylaw. We made it the parks bylaw had some stuff in there about animals. There were some other bylaws. We changed the terminology so that all the bylaws are exactly the same in terms of terminology. We have added a permit system in Part 9 of the bylaw, and that permit system will allow us to do such things as if an urban hen group comes, for instance, and they come to council and council's in favor of such a thing, we can give them permits to operate a pilot program, but we can also put restrictions on that at a later date, and we can remove the permit if things aren't working. So it gives us access to allow certain things that we weren't allowed before. There's interesting things. We got goats coming into town and things like that. So there's interesting things we need permits to help us address that. There is also we changed the number of fines in certain areas. Some fines we didn't raise. It's interesting, when you go, like we're in court all the time, and some individuals, $100 fine, they're asking for 6 months to pay. The economy is really hitting some people. So we didn't increase all the fines because they're still effective, but there's certain fines when you're talking about animals left in a hot car, for instance. We've moved up some fines in terms of that as well. I mean, there's some $500 fines there for significant behavior that we want to change. And so we felt that in certain areas we wanted a significant penalty to encourage people to encourage good behavior is what we're saying in that regard. There's also, because we're attempting to do different things to control behavior. We have a lot of different dog parks now. We have a lot of different areas that we're expecting the community animal services to patrol. So we're giving them some new tools, and one of the tools is written orders. It's an area that we believe we can change behaviors for certain smaller incidents without having to do a MGA order, for instance. The written orders, I'll give you an example of that. They'll have people that will let their dogs out constantly. And they're not a threat, but they get out there, they get into a highway, and they're causing traffic issues and stuff like that. our friends out at the shelter wanted some tools so they could give written orders and address these things. That if people don't follow the written orders, we can take them to court over it, right? So there's different tools to address certain behaviors, and some of the behaviors in some of the dog parks, where we don't want individuals who bring dogs that are creating havoc for other people in there. There's now tools we can deal with that. So there's extra tools we can deal with improper behavior for animals. So those are some of the changes. There's a list, I think on the thing, there's a list of key changes we have in there, but that just kind of highlights some of the major changes we got.
The public to hear all of that, and I know you've done a lot of consultation. You didn't just decide this is what we're going to change. So as you look at the bylaw, what would you consider to be maybe the biggest pushback there may be?
Well, I was pleasantly surprised about the cat provisions. Actually, I thought there would be more pushback in that particular area. Some of you were still on the council back in the day. I think it was 2006 was the last time we put it forward. It brought out a great upheaval about treating fairness on both sides when it came to cat bylaws and licensing. And we approached it this time looking at all the best practices out there. And we did not suggest that there be a mandatory license. We are encouraging voluntary license. And one of the main reasons for that is we took a look at different cities, Calgary, Edmonton, Airdrie, that has the cat bylaw mandatory licensing provisions. And the rates were anywhere between 12 to 16% that were actually licensed. And the amount of time and effort and money, because that was another thing that killed it back in 2006, we came looking for money. And we were looking at this too, and we said, well, what do? We have to enforce the bylaw, right? If we have mandatory licensing provisions, we don't want to spend our time doing that. We want to spend our time promoting responsible pet ownership, dealing with the really problem animals, and working it that way. But what we did said, well, let's use the cat licensing to encourage microchipping as well. Some cats don't like the collars. There's breakaway collars, but a lot of pet owners don't like that. We're encouraging microchipping. We'll offer a $30 microchipping program that's cost neutral, nothing to the city. And we're going to implement that and try to get their owners, the pets, back to their owner. So we did some unique things with this, and I hope we're leading the way in this, and I hope it works. We can always come back and change it if things don't work on this bylaw. But I was quite surprised that we didn't get the pushback on cats that we did, Simon, and I'm quite happy about that. I think this is something that maybe both sides can say, well, let's take a look at this, see if it works, and if not, we'll come back and look at it again.
Great, thank you. Thanks for the work you guys did. Thanks.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Councillor Middle, and then the mayor. Go ahead, John.
Got it. Okay. So a question, Mr. Enns, in regards to the new provisions in this bylaw. So just so I and the public understand this, dogs need to be licensed. Dogs need to be on leashes. Cats do not need to be licensed. Cats do not need to be on leashes.
Correct.
It seems unfair.
Well, Mr. Plirt actually has...
my question would be, how many dogs kill birds? How many cats kill birds? Billions. So it seems to be unfair in terms of this application that we've got cats that can run wild, owners that can allow their cats to go out and kill birds, crap in my yard, but yet if the same thing happened with a dog, there are provisions for that. We can't allow them off leash except in a proper park. We have to put them on leash and they have to be licensed. It seems to be inequitable.
Well, there are provisions for the defecation. So
right.
if you do have a neighbor doing that, you can after May 1st, you can give us a call. In terms of the other one...
I'll just put down tar.
There are
I'm kidding. That would be mischievous.
They are two different species. One poses more of a threat and different issues, and that's why I believe we need a stronger record-keeping system for those particular animals than the other animal. It also came down to, and you had some real good ideas about the reasons for the two. Yeah, for licensing, the two differences.
So when you're looking at licensing of cats and dogs, and Mr. Enns did touch on that ultimately dogs are more likely to create a threat to the general public than a cat would. If you were bit by a dog or bit by a cat, you would likely sustain more significant injuries from a dog. Also, the way...
hang on. So how many dog bites do we have in a year?
Between 80 and 100, approximately.
Okay, and how many nuisance complaints do we have about cats? I'm not going to drill down on this thing a whole lot longer. I'm just suggesting that there's inequities here that perhaps could be addressed in this bylaw.
So obviously we currently don't have a cat bylaw, so if a call is made to our office about a problem cat, the current practice is to just walk the complainant through some options that might help deter the cat and help sort of mitigate that problem at a neighborhood level. So to say how many cat bite complaints we will get now that there is a provision to address that, probably impossible to say. Again, the bylaw does address that. So if a cat is creating a threat to the public or another community pet, then that can be addressed. Ultimately, a challenge there is determining who owns that cat and in order to hold that owner accountable, right? Yeah. And so that will be a challenge. It's a little easier to identify dog owners than it is cat owners. Microchipping has become a lot more popular. And we are seeing a pretty significant increase in the return to owner rate of cats that come to the shelter, and that's typically through microchipping. So we can see that cat owners are starting to change their ideas and behaviors around keeping cats. And so with these new cat provisions, hopefully with the number of microchips that are already in owned cats, and through the microchipping program that we've proposed, we'll be able to identify more cats, so when they are subject to a complaint, we can actually hold an owner accountable.
Okay. Last comment to Mr. Enns. Section 23, animals at large. What it says in that, and please interpret this for me, the owner of an animal that is not prohibited or otherwise regulated under this bylaw shall ensure that such animal remain under the direct control of a person or is secured in a manner specific to the species requirements. Does that then require people to maintain control over their cats?
No, other animal that's not prohibited, otherwise regulated. So that doesn't refer to cats at all. What we're talking about and is boa constrictors or other unique animals that have certain types of regulations in terms of how they're supposed to be stored. And I know this quite well because one got out and we had to deal with it. So that specific one is dealing with different unique species other than cats and dogs that have been listed in here. And you're required to keep them as what is the requirements on the provincial legislation. If not, we can issue tickets for that.
Thank you.
If you can hear me. Where's it? Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Mr. Plord and Mr. Hens. Or sorry, Mr. Enns regarding urban hens. My question. The question I have is this is going to be a question that's going to come up quite regularly for members of council or maybe some of us, and I just wanted to get from yourself what changes. And going through this, I don't see a lot of changes, but regarding urban hens, what are the changes in this bylaw when it comes to urban hens? Just for the community to know. Thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate that question. That's something I would like to get out there. This bylaw itself does not address urban hens directly. There is a permitting system in here that we can use if we wanted to put together a pilot program for urban hens or if you wanted a full-time program for urban hens. We did meet with, I think it was February of last year, we started meeting with a group of individuals who are advocating for urban hens. And we indicated to them that we were bringing this bylaw forward and this would be an opportunity for them to also come to council and we indicated that they have to go to standing committee, they have to get approved from council. We will not be issuing any permits on this. And we indicated a few things like you have to bring a program, first of all, a program that doesn't cost anything to the city. So it's a program that, and I'm not going to, they're still working on their program, so I don't want to announce it, but we said in the program it had to be one where they did a legwork, they had an organization, association that dealt with this, and then as a backup, our animal shelter officers would be there in case individuals aren't following their program. We also indicated that the city would not be paying any money on something like this. You bring a program together where it's self-funded. Bring a program if you want to bring a program that addresses concerns such as bird flu and other different concerns, noise, potential for smell and other problems that neighbors may have. Bring a proposal forward to that. If the proposal is something that we can agree on, then we can support them at council. If not, then they're on their own in terms of what they're putting forward in terms of a program. So that's what I expect, and I don't have an exact date for you, but they're working on it. And I expect them to come in the next 2-3 months to a standing committee to present their program. And the one difference between the last time we brought this forward in terms of urban heads, it was a separate thing, is that there are a lot more cities and towns in the province that have run these programs. So there is more information for this group to rely on in terms of this is how it works in other cities and whether or not they address these certain kind of problems. And our survey that we did had a fairly large, we asked the question about urban hens. Now it's a web-based survey, so it was in the 70-some% range. It wasn't a survey like we've done in the past. We did I think Farron Ellis's team did a survey for the last time, and it came back kind of opposite, where it was about 58% didn't want hens. But time changes and people's views change on this. So the fact that there seemed to be a larger amount of people, at least through the web-based survey, wanting this, the fact that other towns are doing it, we said, well, let's come to council, address these concerns, because you're going to be asked these questions, address these concerns, make it the city's not paying any money towards this, and they can make their pitch to council or a standing committee, and you folks can decide whether or not it's time for that in the city or whether you still have concerns.
And so just part two to that, regarding any enforcement to this point here, you continue the way that it's been in the past until this program is presented, which will, as you mentioned, will come to council.
That's correct. Under this bylaw, hens are still illegal in the city. You would have to get a permitting process to allow a pilot program or something such as that. And as we've indicated, we would not go ahead with anything such as that without approval from you folks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Plord and Mr. Enns, for all of your work and your teams. Appreciate the answers thus far. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. Thank you, Deb.
Lash it up. Light her up.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. You got things such as restrict flying pigeons to no more than 30, or 2 rabbits. These numbers, are these arbitrary numbers, or where did you guys grab these numbers from? I'm just trying to think, the 30 pigeon rule. I can't remember people complaining that I saw 35 pigeons. I don't understand the concept. Or do you just piggyback on what other municipalities do?
Some of that. I'll let Mr. Clerk answer that.
I would say that the pigeon-specific regulations around the bylaw were just taken from the original individual pigeon bylaw. And we also consulted the Pigeon Racing Club, which uses a standard generated by a federal organization that oversees all pigeon clubs. Those are the numbers that are used in that. Maybe profession is not the right word, but that world of keeping racing and show pigeons, those are their standards. So we just mimic that into the bylaw so that they're still able to do their activity. And we have some municipal regulations to ensure it's not creating a nuisance to their neighbors and such.
Now, obviously, some of these numbers, thank you for the answers. Obviously, some of these numbers, you're not going to go around there and police the rabbit stuff. It's all going to be based on complaint. Am I pretty much guessing that appropriately? And if so, do you have the appropriate resources to do it?
Thanks for that. Part one of the question is a number of items we do deal on a complaint basis. Obviously, there's some more serious things that we don't do it on a complaint basis, but other stuff, if you've got a neighbor who's got 3 bunnies and they've been there for 10 years and no one on either side's complaining, no, we're not looking for something such as that. But we just have to have some numbers, so in case there's a hoarding situation or something such as that, then we can go in and address the problem there. And obviously, if you've got someone next door that is having a major problem with it, then you have the ability to go in and talk to the person and say, this is the reason why. You have to find homes for these other animals. You have to address the concerns of your neighbors. So we use it in that kind of sense. And the second one was on money, I believe.
The resources.
Resources. And that was one of the things in terms of the CAT provisions and the like, right? Because last time the CAT provisions failed for a number of reasons. One, I believe, is because we came asking for significant amount of money, but it was a CAT licensing and everything else, and checking and what we needed for resources, it came up there. We're hoping that, given the fact that we're not going around looking for licenses in that term, we're just promoting microchipping and licensing, it won't be the same amount. We've had a lot of discussions with Mr. Plurd. He's quite anxious to assist and help this. He may have to change some resources around a little bit in terms of pulling some of the park controls out to deal with some of the CAT issues. It is our hope that it doesn't affect the services that much. If it does, we will come back at budget time and we will indicate that we're going to need some more resources to deal with this bylaw. But in discussing it, we're going to give good efforts, and we think Mr. Plurd thinks that he can get a good job in terms of this bylaw and in promoting it and enforcing it.
Thank you. I have 2 more final questions, hopefully, and I thank you for the answer. Do you guys get a lot of your data, or your department, a lot of your information in regards to where to focus on through 311, or is it another number that you get called? Is it usually based on 311 inquiries or concerns?
The way our system is set up right now for animal-specific bylaw, we do not subscribe to the 311, partially because we do operate far outside of the regular business operating hours of the 311 system. So we do all of our own call taking and collection of complaints and managing statistics and such.
If I could just add to that, some individuals, they know that 311 is the number for all city services. Some individuals will phone 311 and they will forward them directly on to Mr. Plurd's team. Yes. Okay,
and thank you. And my last question is, obviously, when this gets brought in, are you going to come back with an updated report on an annual basis to the SBC? Or is that what your plans are on an annual basis?
We hadn't planned, what we planned on doing is we're going to review this, take a look at it, see where there's issues, whether it's working or not, and then potentially come back at that time, either through the budgeting process or through another process, to have another discussion with the council on this matter.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
It's off now.
Question was answered.
Who's left?
Acting Mayor.
Oh, Acting Mayor, you got questions?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just very quickly, Mr. Plurd, you mentioned hoarding situations. If you want to watch A&E Hoarders, there's a great episode about hoarding rabbits. My question is, do you know what a group of rabbits is called?
Before I walked into the room, I probably did, but you're all making me a little nervous, so it slipped my mind. It's like when you go to the grocery store and forget why you went there. So
it's a fluffle.
A fluffle. I was going to say flock, but okay, we were close.
I can tell you the story I have about my used homing pigeons that I bought. I haven't seen them since. Councillor Parker, do you want to wrap things up?
Well, obviously, we just entertain questions, and if there's any debate, I'd open debate at this time. Seeing none, in wrapping up, I just want to say thank you very much for being here to answer our questions. Thanks for the work that you did put into this. I know it's been a lengthy process, and so I've just called a question.
Okay, the question's been called for second reading, being resolved that 6475 Animal Care and Control Bylaw be given second reading.
Question.
Those in favor? Opposed? And we might as well do third reading. Where is that now? I have a motion for Councillor Parker. Be it resolved that Bylaw 6475 Animal Control be given third reading and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Parker.
I call the question.
Those questions been called. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. I was just going to say that we're going to move into a series of bylaws where, which were subject to a public hearing back in October, or back in December. Before we proceed, I will ask that any members of council who did not participate in the public hearing for bylaw 6459, please vacate the council chambers until we complete these matters. And with that, I think I'd like to take a 10-minute break. So we'll be back in 10 minutes. Back to order. We're going to move with item number 7.1.4, Bylaw 6459, Land Use Bylaw Amendment regarding 404, 408, 12th Street South. And I will ask Councillor Carlson to assume the chair as I will move the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Moved by Deputy Mayor Palladino, Bylaw 6459, Land Use Bylaw Amendment, re 404, 408, 12th Street South. Motion is be it resolved that Bylaw 6459, Land Use Bylaw Amendment, re 404, 408, 12th Street South, be given second reading. I'll ask if there's any further questions. I'm seeing none. I'll turn to Deputy Mayor to open debate.
Did you have a question? Because, oh, this is mine. Okay, thanks. Sorry. Again, we're always looking for projects that provide affordable housing. And one way to achieve this is to increase the densities in existing neighborhoods. Here we have a site that is conveniently located, a short walk from downtown. It's close to employment, shopping, restaurants, and so much more. The developer has found a rough property and has come up with a unique design that will, with this amendment, can provide up to 12 affordable units. And to top it off, the London Road Neighborhood Association supports this application, so I will be supporting it as well. I hope my colleagues around the table agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Before we continue with debate, City Clerk has just reminded me that Councillor Middleton Hope was not present for the public hearing, so that's why he's not in attendance for this vote right now. Next up, Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. This one is a difficult one for me. I believe firmly in density. I know we're in a housing crisis across North America that we need to build, and that building more density actually helps because it maintains better use of utilities, and it is a good way to build it. This one, though, requires the knocking down of an 1890 house, one of only about 15 that we still have standing. It is not a house that is in great shape. It's not a house that might merit architectural relevance, but it is still a house that is 135 years old, and I don't think there was much consideration to that house in the development of this project. And so I am in a quandary because I wish to build more housing. I don't wish to knock down the house that is there. We also know, though, that having rezoning being done by council allows us to be illogical. Because that is the way our system is set up. We can be swayed by emotion, we can be swayed by all sorts of things, and perhaps having rezoning done individually on each case by council is maybe not the best way of solving a housing crisis, but we'll have that conversation for another day. But in short, I will be voting against this because of that 1890 house, though I do hope we will see more housing being constructed throughout the community.
I'm seeing no further debate on this. I will be supporting this amendment going forward, just to put Councillor Crowson in an even worse quandary about the historicity of the properties in question. I lived in one of them for several years while I was artistic director at New West Theatre, and during intermission, I could run through the empty lot, make a cup of ramen soup, and make it back on stage in 15 minutes. So I know it's a prime location. So I'm really actually in support of this. I think it will bring more density to our downtown area, more people downtown, more shopping, a boost to the economy, a boost to folks using other modes of transportation. So I will be in support. There is further debate. Sorry.
Sorry, yeah, I just wanted to, chime in. Again, housing is such an important part of what we need in this city. And again, I am also in a conundrum because I know the people that didn't want this to go forward, they have their good reasons for not wanting it. Parking always being an issue in all of these rezonings that we're doing. And we are members of council that know that there are things we absolutely need socially. We also are elected by people who want us to hear their voice. But in this case, and it's one of the, and I'm going to be asking this for the other ones that are coming up, is to, if we can get both the developer and the clients to sort of try to get on some kind of a compromise and some kind of page or some way to work things out, I would love that. But in this case, for this particular rezoning, I will be supporting it.
Now I see no further debate. I'll ask Deputy Mayor Palladino to close.
Oh, I struggled with the same two issues. You got an old house here, historic value. You got 12 new affordable units on the other hand, so I'm going with the 12 new units. I'll call the question.
Question has been called. Ready for the vote? All in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Deputy Mayor, I'll turn it back. Oh, third reading. All right. Third reading, resolved by law. I need my glasses. 6459 Land Use Bylaw Amendment Re 40448 12th Street South be given the third reading. Mayor and City Clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Ready for the vote? All in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Turn it back over to you, Deputy Mayor, and I believe some of us have to recuse ourselves.
Thank you, that's right. Those that weren't at the public hearing on December 10th. Sorry?
Is London Road?
Yes, we'll be dealing with. I should probably introduce them, but we should clear the chambers of anybody.
That's correct. Councillor Carlson, Councillor Parker, and Councillor Dodick had recused themselves from the public hearing. Councillor Middleton Hope was not at that public hearing. So that does leave 5. That leaves bare quorum, yes.
Okay.
We can proceed.
All righty.
Are you moving this?
Oh, yeah. Which one's this? I don't have to. I was kind of hoping somebody else would, but.
That was yours to read, so.
Okay, so where am I? Oh, I gotta read it. Thank you. I have a motion here from Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, amendment to the London Road Area Redevelopment Plan, 524, 528, and 532 13th Street South for second reading. Be it resolved that bylaw 6460, the amendment to the London Road Area Redevelopment Plan regarding 524, 528, 532 13th Street South be given second reading.
Thank you very much, Chair Palladino. So just as a summary on this, Summits Group has applied to amend the London Road Area Redevelopment Plan to allow them to build a maximum height of 21 meters at the listed parcels being 524, 528, 532 13th Street South, and remove the requirement to pay redevelopment levy at those listed parcels. This is intended to facilitate the redevelopment of the vacant lot sites to provide up to 47 apartments and up to 2 commercial units, or up to 49 apartments with no commercial units. And then associated bylaw 6461 would rezone the listed parcels for this purpose. And with that, I will open up any further questions or debate that other members of council might have.
Just to clarify, this is for the amendment to the London Road neighborhood area redevelopment plan, right?
Yes, okay. Yep. As read. Yep, 6460 amendment to London Road Area Redevelopment Plan, again for lots 524, 528, 532 13th Street South.
You did say that. I must have lost it. Thank you. Any discussion, any questions?
I want for clarification, so if this passes, what happens?
The staff would get to work on, they probably already have an amendment to the areas, to the neighborhood area redevelopment plan.
This is just for the London Road Area Development Plan.
Yes.
This isn't the specific site and the rebuild that they're looking for here, correct? Is that right? Because there's 2 separate things that we'll be voting on here, if I'm, I just want to make sure that I'm voting on the right thing.
Right.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Campbell. That's correct. So if this bylaw passed, then the London Road ARP would be amended.
Okay.
And that's it. The rezoning is a separate bylaw.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And then also to clarify, what's going to be amended is that they would be allowed to build to a maximum height of 21 meters on the listed parcels, and we would be removing the requirement to pay a redevelopment levy on those parcels. So they could build up to 47 apartments, 2 commercial units, or 49 apartments with no commercial units.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so.
Are there any other questions?
No comments or questions.
From my colleagues?
So, who moves this?
I thought she was moving it.
She did, yes, she did.
So you can call the question.
Okay.
And if she
I'll
wants to
just wrap.
close.
Yeah, I'll wrap up.
Okay.
I'll do a close and then I can.
We're just doing second reading. So be it resolved that bylaw 6460, amendment to the London Road Area Redevelopment Plan for 524, 528, 532 13th Street South, be given second reading.
Thank you very much again, Chair Palladino. This is tied next to the land use bylaw amendment that will follow. So that'll be our next discussion. And what I will do is I'm going to tell people that I'm in support of these of the amendments and the redevelopment. When I was at Economic Development Lethbridge last week, Tourism Lethbridge presented their Destination Next survey, and they described that part of the reason we have difficulty in attracting and retaining people within the tourism sector is because we don't have housing in this city. And specifically, we don't have market housing for workers in those areas. We have a need for that housing in this city. We have a need for that housing throughout this city. And this is one of those projects, the 2 projects that we're looking at across the street from each other, they fulfill those needs. A lack of housing keeps our rental costs high, and that prevents our growth rate. And we need our growth rate we need the city to grow in order to build the funds that we need in order to provide the services that we do. So in preventing projects like this from going forward, we don't demonstrate an ability to attract or an effort to expand our tax base or an effort to expand employment opportunities in this city. So for this reason, I will be asking members of council and my colleagues around this table to support this motion and this second reading. And with that, I will call for the vote.
Okay, okay. All right. All right, so this is still for, okay.
Where's the sheet?
I don't have it. This is.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe
Third reading.
second reading. Yeah, and I believe Councillor Croson has debate.
Councillor Croson.
Thank you. I will be supporting this bylaw, partly because there are other buildings already of this height or similar height around London Road, and I appreciate the work that went into the bylaw, but I am concerned, 1, about the housing crisis, but 2, about stagnating a neighborhood by setting too strong a requirements around it. Sometimes by trying to save something, we actually end up stagnating it, so I will be supporting the amendment to the land use bylaw, or land use area redevelopment plan.
I already read the second reading.
Yeah, so just say question. If there's no more questions, just say question. She closed already.
I think that's it then. Okay, yes, we can move this forward. Do you want to go with second reading?
Yep.
Okay, proceed.
I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
And sorry, let's
that
do
was
that again.
unanimous.
All in favor?
All in favor?
That's 4, 5. No,
Yep, that's unanimous.
it's unanimous. Go to third reading. Be it resolved that bylaw 6460, amendment to the London Road Area Redevelopment Plan regarding 524, 528, 532 13th Street South, be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same.
So for the third reading of bylaw 6462, I will call for the vote. All in favor?
Okay, carried.
And that's carried.
All right. Okay, I'll put that now on. Now I got you. Now I have to do this. All right.
Okay, so who's moving this one?
We haven't got anybody. Which one is this now?
Which one did you want to move?
Oh, no, yeah, this is for the land use bylaw, right?
And you're, which one? So we've done this one. Are you moving this one, or the next one?
I'm going to do. Okay, we have bylaw 6461, land use bylaw amendment regarding the same three properties we just dealt with, 524, 528, 532 13th Street South. This is a land use bylaw amendment that would it's due for second reading. Does anybody want to speak to it?
The mover, does she want to open?
Do you want to open?
Yep, so this is, again, for the same lots, 524, 528, and 532, 13th Street South. The proposed land use bylaw amendment allows for the development of the vacant sites to provide up to 47 apartments and up to 2 commercial units, or up to 49 apartments with no commercial units. For all the same reasons, as I said before, would ask for my colleagues' support on this motion.
And I'll speak to it as well. These three bylaws were drafted for two projects across the street from each other on 13th Street. I realize, Council, we have to vote on these bylaws separately. However, my comments will apply to both projects. First, let me say, for the most part, I'm pro-development, and I understand that in some cases, the economics of redeveloping a site to a lower density just doesn't pencil out. But sometimes there's a tendency to overdevelop a site, and this usually comes at the detriment of neighboring properties. I drive by these properties at least twice a day, and when the older homes were demolished, I was excited to see what eventually would replace them. And frankly, I liked what the developer and the architect had come up with rooftop patios and 15% affordable units, et cetera, et cetera. These two projects would definitely help in addressing the shortage of affordable housing in the city. However, I do have two concerns. One, the proposed height of the building at 5 stories, and when you consider both buildings across the street from each other, will likely have what I would call a canyon effect. The shadow study that was received is helpful to a point, but it only shows the growing season and the harvest season. But what it doesn't show is the winter season, where some of the adjacent properties will be in the shade for the entire winter, and perhaps longer. And unless I missed it, the shadow study was only done for the buildings on the east side of 13th Street and not the buildings on the west side. My second concern, as already mentioned by everyone at the public hearing, is the parking issue. Why are we so quick to dismiss the current parking regulations in the land use bylaw? 1/2 of parking stall per unit. I'm not sure this has ever been done in the city before. As proposed, these projects will no doubt create a huge demand for a few on-street spaces that exist. So I'm sorry, I won't be supporting this bylaw amendment at this time. Thank you. Anybody else want to chime in? Councillor Crowson, sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. These aren't easy decisions in any way, and so I'm going to focus a little bit on what we heard, because I listened attentively to all the speakers at the public hearing, and whether we agree to this or don't agree to this, there are issues either way. If we do not build the housing, we are looking at continuing the housing crisis. We are looking at the effect on our economy. We are looking at, I mean, if you want to lower taxes, we know we need to have more housing. We know we need density. We know we need all of those things. One of the greatest concerns expressed during that public hearing was on parking. All of the research into parking minimum shows that it is one of the greatest barriers to actually building affordable housing, because it puts up dramatically the cost of the land. Because not only do you have to buy the footprint of the housing you want to build, you have to actually also then buy enough land for the parking. And what we have seen is that places across North America that have removed parking minimums are seeing a real development in housing. They are actually starting to get some housing built at a speed much quicker than the rest of us are, because they have attacked one of the major blocks to getting housing built. And so looking at parking minimums is actually essential and necessary to help us solve the housing crisis. But one of the other things that we know, and I mean, it doesn't take much of a study of history to know this, is that when you solve one problem, you seem to almost invariably create other problems. So it's easy to say that the theory is, get rid of parking minimums and allow people to build and you will get the housing. But we also know that parking is a major issue and a major frustration between our neighbors. If we go ahead with this, we are going to create more parking issues in that area. So one of the things we have to do, if we vote for this to do, we have to be smart enough to think ahead. And so during the hearing, I asked if we had looked into what other communities are doing, because other communities have parking issues too. So if this passes, one of the things we have to do is also request that admin be prepared for those parking issues and be prepared to do the research and the work into how we would actually ensure that the parking is dealt with properly in that area. What are the best practices? What are the best ways of going forward? And so I will be voting for this, but I am voting for this knowing full well that it is not, again, not a perfect solution. It gets us the housing, which does, again, help with the economy, helps with public safety, helps get people stabilized. We need housing from making sure we have shelters all the way up. And we need to have affordable market housing as much as anything else. But I am not blind to some of the concerns that would be created by agreeing to this. And it is on us, if this passes, to immediately start preparing for what we will do in the eventuality of parking issues, et cetera, et cetera. So this is the reality of life, that solving one issue often creates others. So I will be voting for this, but I am not in any way blind to the fact that there are no perfect solutions, but we do need housing if we are going to move ahead at all. So yes, I will be voting for this.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. First off, I applaud the Summus Group for coming up with innovative ways to create more housing. The presentation was great. These are addressing housing needs, but then again, we've got the other side of the situation with London Road Market there, with the density or the traffic flow, 6th Avenue and 13th Street. And I just see major nightmares happening right there. Again, it's one of those difficult decisions that we're pressed to make. And in this case, for those reasons, I will not be supporting this amendment.
Can the public speak at all?
No, you can't.
Yeah, the public hearing's over.
The public hearing was over in December.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify one issue. This is not low-cost housing. This is done by a developer who has 15% is discounted low-cost housing, but the rest is market.
Okay. Anyone on council want to comment or discussion? None? Okay, I will move bylaw 6461, land use bylaw amendment for 524, 528, and 532 13th Street South. For second reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6461, land use bylaw amendment regarding 524, 528, and 532 13th Street South be given second reading.
Who's moving that?
I'll move that.
Thank you.
Okay, moved by Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. Sorry about that.
Any debate?
No further debate?
I have nothing to add other than what I've already said in seeing the value of these projects go forward.
Ask for debate.
Any further debate?
Okay, we'll call the question.
I'll call the question.
All in favor? All in favor?
All in favor?
Okay. it's 3-2, it carries.
It carries? Okay, good. So the vote was 3-2 and the motion carries.
Oh, wait, and then third reading.
Oh, yeah, third reading.
Second reading carried.
Third reading. Have you got it there? Third reading?
Yep.
You want to go ahead? All right. For third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6461, land use bylaw amendment regarding 524, 528, 532, 13th Street South be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Oh, I got one more now. What is it? What are we on now? All right.
Can you just get into it for second reading on this one?
Okay. I think this is the bylaw 6462 for second reading regarding 537, 539, and 543 13th Street South. Be it resolved that bylaw 6462, the land use bylaw amendment regarding 537, 539, and 543 13th Street South be given second reading.
Who would like to move this one?
Who wants to move this one? Belinda?
Okay.
Should I bring it to her? Should I bring it to her?
Nope.
No? Okay. Any further questions?
Debate, or maybe
Any-
Belinda wants to open.
Do you want to open, Belinda, please?
Take my last argument and diddle,
And
because I
Guido?
don't think I can repeat it because it was kind of just, all over the place.
Any debate?
Any debate?
Same me on
Same.
this one.
All right. Okay, so I'll call for the
My same debate with the different conclusion.
Councillor Crowson, do you want to close?
I'll just call the question.
Question's been called. Those in favor? Opposed?
I didn't see the mayor, sorry.
Oh,
I
yeah,
did not
yes.
see the mayor. I'm not sure which way.
That's right. I forgot about him up there. Oh, you got him?
Just ask him.
Mayor Hagan, were you in favor or opposed? I'm sorry. The time delay, it's difficult.
Yeah, in favor. That's why a couple of times I had debate, but see that
Okay.
you must have missed it. That's okay. In
All
favor.
right.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so that carries then. For third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6462, land use bylaw amendment regarding 537, 539, and 543 13th Street South be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Question has been called. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion carries. Let's put this here.
Done.
Done now. I'm just gonna-
Same with this.
This one is, yes, this one's okay. Now, who's gonna sit? To assume the chair, as I will move the motion.
Okay, I have a resolution from Deputy Mayor Palladino. Be it resolved that bylaw 6464, amendment to London Road Area Redevelopment Plan on 605 5th Street South and 510 6th Avenue South be given second reading. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. This is a site that's closer to the downtown, bylaw number 6464 and bylaw 6465. Again, as we know, there's a tight supply of affordable housing in Lethbridge, and if approved, this project will alleviate some of that pressure. 6th Avenue already functions as a mixed-use corridor, which acts as a transition between the downtown core and a variety of residential configurations to the south. It also provides quick access to West Lethbridge. As I said before, I am generally pro-development, and I'm less concerned about the height of this project than the previous two on 13th Street, simply because there really isn't any height restriction north of 6th Avenue in the downtown. I believe this is a great location, and we've heard from some of the business owners and residents downtown who agree. It is literally across the street from medical offices, legal services, convenience stores, and a cultural center. And all of the shopping and dining you could ask for just 3 blocks from Festival Square and Galt Gardens. In short, the walkability score is very high. So I will be supporting these 2 bylaw amendments and hope my colleagues agree.
I just wanted, for clarification, this is the amendment to the London Road Area Redevelopment Plan, correct? This is not the development itself, per se. Right, okay. This is the first one. All right, any questions? Move to debate. Anyone with Deputy Mayor? Okay, anyone else want to debate on this? Again, for me, I will also be, because it is the amendment to the London Road Area Redevelopment Plan, a good idea, I will be in support. If there's no other debate, call for the question. All in favor? And opposed, that's unanimous. Second and third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6464, amendment to London Road Area Redevelopment Plan on 605 5th Street South and 510 6th Avenue South be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Deputy Mayor.
Call the question.
Question been called. All in favor? That passes unanimous. We have a resolution from Deputy Mayor Palladino. Be it resolved that bylaw 6465, land use bylaw development, or rather amendment on 605 5th Street South and 510 6th Avenue South be given second reading. Deputy Mayor Palladino.
Thank you. And this is for the rezoning, right? This is, okay. I will call the question.
Is there, first off, are there any other questions? Okay, question, Belinda Croson, Councillor, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. This one, again, none of these are easy decisions. We are making the best decisions we can with all sorts of things. This one does require another building to be knocked down. It is the 1922 Old Alberta Meat Market building. I hate the idea of losing any commercial space, especially in residential areas, because our own bylaws make it really hard to put commercial space into residential areas. But this is a commercial space right across from the downtown where there's a lot of commercial space. The building, the most important part of that building was the signage, et cetera, which has been removed. There are no easy decisions, but in this case, I am going to be voting for it. A 1922 commercial building loss versus the housing that we will be getting is something which I can work with. So I will be voting in favor of this one.
Oh, yes. Well, yes. Shout out to Bill, Bob, and Ron Creighton from the Alberta Meat Market. Again, this is in an area that I do believe can withstand the traffic in that area. And once again, difficult decisions when we had people coming forward feeling how disruptive it would be. I believe in that area. So I will be in favor of this development. Anyone else? I see none. Call the question. The question's been called. All in favor? That is unanimous. And for third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6465, land use bylaw amendment on 605 5th Street South and 510 6th Avenue South be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Question's been called. All in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you.
Moving on. Well, we'll give it first reading first, then you can go.
Good job.
Sean's lost. All right. We're going to deal with bylaw 6469. This came out of 7.1. Nope, sorry, out of the 4.4.1 consent agenda. It's number 7110. Further to be it resolved that.
And just say it was pulled by.
Oh, yes, sorry, I'm sorry.
Ask her.
Yeah, it was pulled. This was pulled off the consent agenda by Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. Did you want to
Speak to it.
speak to it?
Yeah, I asked for this to be pulled off the consent agenda as I need to recuse myself due to personal conflict as per Bill 20. So I will be stepping out for a moment.
No.
You can read it and then you ask for a mover. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Moved by Councillor Carlson. The City Council provide first reading for the following bylaw, Bylaw 6469, Land Use Bylaw Amendment regarding 1401 28th Street North.
Thank you. It'll be coming forward at our next meeting, I believe. So this is to get it on the agenda. I will call for the vote.
Sorry.
Oh.
Can you just reiterate that?
This was a first reading bylaw pulled off the consent agenda because one of our colleagues had a conflict of interest. So this is just for first reading to get it onto the upcoming agenda of council. And 2 weeks. Two meetings, because is there a public hearing?
I think so.
Yes, so there will be a public hearing.
First
so
reading.
This is just for first reading to get the process going. Call for the vote.
Call the question. Pass. It carries. Do I do this one too then? Here, this.
Oh, you didn't do that part?
I
You should
did.
have done it all together.
I should have added, further be it resolved that City Council direct administration to hold a public hearing on Tuesday, February 25th at 2025 at 3 p.m. for the following bylaw, Bylaw 6469, Land Use Bylaw Amendment regarding 1401 28th Street North. So we'll roll that all together as Bylaw 6469.
Just revote.
3 votes?
Revote.
Revote? Okay. Yes, you have to revote.
It does identify that we will have on the 25th of February a public hearing. So I will call for the vote.
The vote's been called.
Just 1 sec, we have a question.
Oh.
Did that cancel the vote that we just voted on?
The first one.
We voted on this we voted on the motion.
He only read out the
read it all.
first paragraph and didn't realize the second paragraph, so
We're voting on the second paragraph?
we're voting on everything now. Yeah.
Thank you.
Did we vote?
I did. You request a vote?
All those in favor? I thought we did that. Opposed?
Are the students from the university, this civic governance class still here? That was a good one for them.
Now where are we? We have. You're back. We're back. Is this one now? Right now? This one here we're doing?
Yep.
All right. We now move to item 8.1.1. This item was referred to the Director of Legal Services on December 10th, 2024, to prepare a legal opinion on whether the item is reconsideration of an item formerly defeated by council. Are there any questions on this matter? Now what? No, okay,
So
so.
it's Councillor Crowson.
Sorry.
She's opening. Say, Councillor Crowson, would you like to open on this item? And then we'll ask questions.
Okay.
Just say it.
Councillor Crowson, would you like to open on this?
So first, I want to ask if any of my colleagues would like to discuss the enclosed part and going into an enclosed session, or if not, if you're willing, have all the information you need to discuss publicly. Just double checking if anybody wants to review what was sent around closed. Okay.
Please give me a moment.
So governance has reviewed this and is recommending the amendments to the Code of Council Code of Conduct bylaw, which would involve two major changes. One, that we would be permitting members of the public to make complaints rather than only members of council. And two, as a result of opening it up to the public to make complaints, the great difficulty then would be any complaint stage would still require us to actually do a review on ourselves. And so the second part of that would be to include an integrity commissioner who would only be hired on a case-by-case basis as required if there are complaints. And if there are no complaints, we do not have to hire an integrity commissioner, and there would be no money spent. So kind of in a nutshell, that is what we are looking for here. We have been focusing every time we talk about this on the integrity commissioner, but I think the part that we keep skipping over is that this opens up complaints to the public. And if we are actually by the public from the public around our behavior. And one of the concerns people have had is that this is going to, there's going to be a whole bunch of complaints. We're going to be using the integrity commissioner a lot. We have seen in many other communities that that is not the case, that there are often not many complaints, and that an integrity commissioner can very effectively and quickly look at the ones that are serious and the ones that aren't and decide between the two. And so that is what is being brought forward. I know this is a matter of great discussion and debate, so I will leave it there and see what questions and concerns there are.
Are there any questions? Councillor Dodig.
I believe the last time this came up, part of the issue was, and this is where it gets interesting based on the legal opinion that was referred to. The point of order is we have rescinded the previous attempt to pass a bylaw that provides for an integrity commissioner. So my point and point of order, and it's a point of order that the chair will have to resolve, is that we have had this before us and requires a rescission motion.
That's it.
That if you want to go into close, that might be a good idea in order to get the legal opinion that was provided in closed.
Is a motion to go unclosed?
I'll make that motion since I've suggested it twice.
All right. Vote on it.
You've got one opposed, but you'll have to ask who's in favor.
You're okay.
Two opposed?
Okay. All in favor?
I'm in favor.
In favor.
Can we have the vote properly?
Just call the question. I'll call the question.
All in favor? Opposed?
Thank you. It's carried.
Thanks. Mayor Hagan, we're moving into open session, FYI.
Thank you.
Should we do that right away? Well, we should close it up. We should wrap it up, whatever we got to do. Yes. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I appreciate the patience for folks. I think the folk, you folk. I'd like to make a motion to postpone this for at least 2 weeks so that council can again just review some of the documents that were provided.
And maybe 3 weeks, because we're not meeting to the 11th
Oh.
of February.
Oh, well then May 3rd it is.
So February 11th, I think is the next meeting.
Okay, so motion to postpone to an upcoming council meeting.
In 2025.
Not going to be that specific.
We should have a date.
You want a date? All right, the February 11th it is. 3 days before Valentine's Day. Just reminding you all to buy your boxes of chocolate now.
Any questions or discussion on that motion?
I call for the vote.
Call for the vote. It's unanimous.
I think, Mayor Hagan, yep. Thank you.
He's out there. I saw him earlier. Oh, here he is. Oh, my God. This is just a report, eh?
Yeah, it's just a submission, so any questions on this item? Any questions on this item?
Right now?
Yeah, just say.
We're dealing with item 10.1, the Encampment Strategy Council update. Be it resolved that the City Council receive the Encampment Strategy report as information. Any questions? Seeing none? We'll vote on this?
Thank you very much. Carry on.
Councillor Middleton Hall. Sorry.
Good.
John.
Thank you very much. Carry on.
It's good to have John back there, eh?
All in favor?
You just want to get to drones.
We have no debate on this particular issue. Thank you very much, Mr. Malcolm, for the presentation. Call the vote.
The mayor has a question.
Mayor has a question. Hi. Can you imagine?
It was just debate. Are we in debate yet?
Yes, we are. Sorry.
We are in debate. All right. No, just I did want to give a shout out to our team. The numbers that I presented at the State of the City, we're showing some great success with this encampment strategy. So I just want to give a shout out to Ms. Kleisinger, Mr. Malcolm, and the team for the work that they've done with this, because it has it's been noticed in other communities, the work that's being done within our community. So I just want to thank them for their work. Thank you.
Call the question? Oh, John, sorry.
Yeah. Call the question.
All in favor? It's carried.
Oh, now you get to drone on.
Drones. Oh, yes, this is the inquiry, right?
Well played.
All right, where are we at here? Yes, drone. Yes, Mr. Enns.
Thanks, Malcolm. We're not supposed to take any questions and answers, so these are what they are, so.
What are they?
In your agenda.
talked to Blaine, and I said, well, why don't we talk about that more?
Why is the media not covering that?
Yeah.
We did it.
Yeah.
You just don't see it on social.
Yeah, but it's like when we're number 3, it's like, still, bad news always travels fast.
So we have,
That's awesome.
we have 2 inquiries. Oh, we don't, shit, I'll never.
All right.
We have two inquiries submitted. Your administrative responses are there. Read them thoroughly. And do we accept them?
You don't even have to accept them.
That's it. That's it.
City council update.
City council update. Is there any update?
So we just asked council, do you have any updates?
All right. Members of council have any update? We'll start with Rachel. If you have any update.
Last Saturday, I had the grandchildren come over, and we then had a very nice sleepover. And after that, the next morning, we went to shopping, and we talked about politics. Thank you.
There you go. Councillor Campbell. Nope. Councillor Carlson.
I lost 20 pounds.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, any update?
Thank you very much, Chair Palladino. On January 8th, I attended the province's water availability town hall. It was a full house with a panel that included Minister Rebecca Schultz as well as Tabor Warner MLA Grant Hunter. It was outlined that the presentation was an opportunity for the government of Alberta to collect an initial base of ideas of what Albertans want and don't want focused on when it comes to water availability. And it was also explained that out of the province-wide engagement sessions, the provincial government will develop a list of what's doable and then we'll enter a second round of engagements. So we can certainly be watching out for those second round of engagements. The Commission attended a meeting with Lethbridge Police Services Executive to review the 2025 annual policing plan. That will be made available to the public before the end of this quarter. I know I was excited to see some of the initiatives coming out of that plan, and Councillor Palladino might have some thoughts to add to that after I've gone through my updates as well. I've undertaken the board training for Chinook Arch Regional Library System and will be sitting on their Finance and HR Committee as well. So looking forward to starting that work. At the January Economic Development Board meeting, Tourism Lethbridge presented the results of the Destination Next survey. That is on the Tourism Lethbridge website, and I would encourage all members of council to take a look at that. The survey highlights our city's immense potential as a dynamic tourism destination with strengths in outdoor recreational activities, sporting events, economic development, and regional cooperation. And yesterday, I attended a community roundtable with Alberta Innovates to learn more about their changes in priorities and focus. We also received at that meeting presentations from the Lethbridge Game Developers Guild, B-Cube, so they are looking at beekeeping. So just to clarify what they are, Advancerite and Stack, two computer-oriented groups that I can just not even begin to understand with quantum computing and, blockchain, quantum computing. It was just like, shoo. As well as Freeze and Plastics, who are working on some really amazing things insofar as the development of plastics. All local companies working on the innovation space in Alberta. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Croson. Sorry, Councillor Croson.
All is good, nothing to report.
All is good. Thank you. Councillor Middleton Hope.
I thought I was being lost here for a moment. Yes, I have a question to Mr. Brierley in regards to 11.1. Easy question. So this is on the drones. Are we sending a letter back to the complainant who has filed 3 complaints with us regarding drones? I recognize what our role is in this. Will she be informed what our role is and what we can or cannot do?
Mr. Sanchez.
No, it's not. It's not Pat Haney. So this lady has complained on 3 occasions at least, and Mr. Enns has identified her as, not by name, as a complainant in regards to drones. As she is responsible for 3 of the 4 complaints, I believe, vis-a-vis drone use in the city. She connected with me on at least a couple of occasions requesting some information. At the end of the day, Mr. Enns has provided us with indication. My sole question is, will we be providing her with feedback indicating this is what the outcome of this inquiry is?
It's not typically our practice to mail out copies of the inquiry. If council desires, we can. I can advise categorically that this is the same information that has been provided to the complainant repeatedly by both 311 and Mr. Enns, and so it will come as no surprise to her if we were to mail it to her.
Okay, so to close the loop on the inquiry process, normally what we do is we send notification back to the inquirer of the outcome of the evaluation, investigation, assessment. This is slightly different because it's gone through the inquiry process to council, from council to administration. So I just want to make sure that she's notified.
Yes, so staff came over and talked to me. So that has already happened. The intent of today was just to get this on the public record. So the response has already been provided to the complainant, and this was just one more step due to this situation to have it on the public record.
Great. All right. And so is there an opportunity, Mr. Brierley, at some point to make this information more public than just through council? By that I mean we have received more than one complaint from more than one complainant about this particular issue. Will this be the stock answer for future inquiries? Sorry, I didn't mean to make this into a big deal. I just want to make sure that she's notified properly, and that if we get inquiries in the future regarding drone use in the city, considering current legislation and practice, are we going to follow the same procedures so that it doesn't come back by way of a public inquiry to a member of council? And we're consistent with what we tell them. You're on. You're live.
I'm quite confident that the 311 has what they call a knowledge article with this information to respond to inquiries. What I'm unsure of is whether it's posted on the website, so I can follow up on that.
If we could, I'm just wondering if we might do that, just simply because although it might come to 311 and 311 operators may be aware of this, it still comes through the inquiry process, and that means it ends up on. In this particular case, it's ended up on my desk on more than one occasion. I can't adequately respond to it simply because my knowledge of it is this is not a City of Lethbridge responsibility. This is a Transport Canada responsibility. That doesn't solve the problem because she's been told that before.
Yes.
So we need to be able to say, well, I'm sorry. That's simply the legislation as it stands. We can't do anything more with it.
Yeah, in this case, I believe the complainant was told those things, and the person elected to, again, pursue an inquiry to a member of council.
Okay. Then what I will say is I suspect that we will get another inquiry in this regard again, because it does not respond to her specific complaint, which is this person that is utilizing the drone is doing so for voyeuristic reasons. So perhaps this can be explained to her, and let's move forward with this. But perhaps that can be explained to her, and if she does receive additional information, evidence that suggests that this is being conducted for a nefarious purpose, then we can direct her to LPS, or yes, we can direct her to Transport Canada. Okay, thank you.
Ryan, Councillor Parker, did you want to have an update?
I don't think she has any. Mayor. No.
And the Mayor, Mayor Higgin, update from you?
Just a quick update regarding cardiac care within our community. Councillor Dodick and myself are outside. We put on our other hats of sitting on a cabinet that is working on getting cath lab and cardiac services into Lethbridge. It's going very well. We do have, the reason I bring this up today is because we have a Bring in Hearts Home Gala that is on February the 1st. I believe there's very limited tickets. There was very few here last week. I don't know if they're still available, but if you'd like to attend that gala on February the 1st, I'd love to see anybody there, as well as that we'll have Mr. Lanny McDonald down talking about his issues that he sustained with some cardiac concern that he had, and he'll be sharing his story as well as music by Trevor Panzak. It's going to be a great evening, so just want to be able to put that out there, that things are going well when it comes to some of the dollars that we've already received from provincial government, but we also have a fundraiser locally because we've seen that does help as far as getting additional provincial dollars to make this come to pass. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're going to move to 14, confidential reports. We will now move into a closed session. Can I get a motion to go into closed session? Councillor Croson? Councillor Campbell? So we're going into closed session.
we ready? Yep.
Okay, thank you. Call the meeting back to order. We do have a couple, sorry, we still have Mayor Higgin online. Deputy Mayor had to leave, so he passes on his apologies. We have a couple items coming out of the closed meeting. Item 4.1 brought forward by Councillor Crowson. Be it resolved that City Council direct the closed meeting discussions with respect to City Manager performance review, verbal remain confidential pursuant to Section 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, and further be it resolved that the City Manager performance review for 2024 be approved. Councillor Crowson, anything further?
As per the MGA, we have to do a performance review of the CAO once a year. The 2024 one has been done, and we thank Mr. Brierley for his service, and I thank all my colleagues for actually doing their homework.
Thank you, and thank you.
And question has been called on the motion.
Thank you for that, Councillor Crowson. Also, thank you to Mayor Higgin and Deputy Mayor for also overseeing the work. We appreciate it. Nothing further. The vote has been called. Ready for the vote? All in favor? Any opposed? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on, do I not have one for 14.2? No. Okay. 14.3. Brought forward by Mayor Higgin. This is appointment to the Lethbridge Police Commission. Be it resolved, City Council directed the closed meeting reports, documents, discussions with respect to the appointments to the Lethbridge Police Commission remain confidential pursuant to Section 17, harmful to personal privacy, Section 19, confidential evaluation, Section 21, disclosure harmful to the business interests of a third party, and Section 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information and Privacy, Protection of Privacy Act. Further be it resolved that Council reconsider their December 10th, 2024 confidential direction regarding appointments to boards, committees, and commissions. Further be it resolved that Council appoint the following, we'll need to add the word Council, appoint the following public member to serve on their boards, commissions, and committees as outlined below for the following terms effective January 1, 2025. Lethbridge Police Commission. Confidential incumbent candidate number 1, as advised in the closed section, contingent upon the completion of a clean police information check for a term ending December 31, 2027. Before we entertain, open and entertain questions or debate, question through to City Clerk, because this is a rescindment, does it need a special vote, or is it a simple majority?
It does need a special vote. It's 2/3, so 6 affirmative. 2/3 of 9, 6.
Okay.
Still 6.
Still 6. I did the math as well. I'm like, yes.
It would be of the entire council, no matter how many were here, so it would always be.
Cool. That is good to know. Thank you for that. I'll turn it over to Mayor Higgin.
Just call for the question.
Is there any other debate? A question has been called. Ready for the vote? All in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. I have no more pieces of paper in front of me.
That's correct. I just wanted to say 14.2, that closed motion was done in conjunction with 8.11, and that was the code of conduct.
Oh, excellent.
So it was attached to that, and 14.4 we did in consent.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yes, that's January 29, is it? January 29, community conversations. I'm out of town, so have fun. You're a roof fiddler. I see nothing else. Folks, we are adjourned. Thanks, Blaine. Blaine, have fun.
Enjoy, Blaine.
Blaine, go.
Thank you.
Go to Mad Mountain or whatever it is for me.
See ya.